neighbours, eight-legged mummies, crate dwarves, sneaky, oily, lousely kids, what's to tell? Annoyed spiders as big...
Nice.
Lucky I was posted indoors. That I'd be drawing breath now if I was in the garden.
Voidwoken, here! And who'll clean up that mess in the garden? It'll be me, the new guy.
Nothing sacred anymore. Or safe.
Gods, I am so sorry. How could I have known?
She looks up at you with glassy eyes, wiping her tear-streaked face on one brocade sleeve.
A girl's wedding should be the happiest day of her life.
She looks down at her feet. Seeing her blood-spattered wedding slippers, her face crumples and tears spring from her eyes.
I should be so happy. Everybody should be so happy. But before we could even cut our wedding cake, there were Voidwoken everywhere. We barely made it indoors alive. But not everyone was so lucky. I can hardly bear to think of them. Their wives and husbands and children back in the kingdom, left to grieve alone. What are you insinuating? We're merchants, not mystics. You should have seen those void monsters. All that blood, all that death. They didn't deserve... We didn't.
She buries her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably.
I can't accept them. I know you mean well, but how can I celebrate now? Void woken on my wedding day. At least my loving husband is still with me.
She turns and waves one timid hand to her husband on the balcony. He offers an apathetic grunt in return. She blinks back tears from her pink-tinged eyes.
Please forgive him. He's broken up. It's a lot to take in. We lost so much in the blink of an eye. I have been feeling peaky lately. My darling said it was the rosy glow of a woman in love. But now, I think it was a warning. A sign of the massacre to come. My poor love. He needs a moment to himself. And who wouldn't? Today should have been so different.
She takes a shuddering breath and idly itches her face. You'd expect her cheeks to be ruddy from tears, but they are pale instead, almost translucent, revealing the vessels snaking underneath.
My lord, I beg your pardon, but the feast has been cut short due to active gods.
Ah, you.
The noble-looking dwarf beckons Ifan closer. Ifan narrows his eyes, but strides over anyhow as the dwarf gestures toward the somber group inside.
Hard to believe you're looking at a wedding party, isn't it? My wedding party.
He looks you over, his mouth pressed into a mirthless smirk.
But I suppose you're no stranger to mournful faces. The Silver Fang, isn't that right?
Look, I know you're him. I know you can take care of problems. And I've got just the problem for you. A very lucrative one.
I intend to be a particular kind of husband. And I could use someone with your particular talents to help me achieve this. I need you to take care of my father-in-law and bring me his will.
The dwarf winks in an exaggerated fashion, squeezing one eye shut so forcefully it looks like his face just swallowed an eyeball. In return, Ifan raises one eyebrow, slowly.
The man you speak of is not who I am, anymore. And I'll not become him again for the likes of you.
Without another word, Ifan turns on one heel and strides away, leaving the aggrieved dwarf spluttering in his wake.
Awful day for it, don't you think?
The dwarf glances at Ifan, pulls you close and whispers.
The Silverclaw's blade is clearly dulled, but you look like a woman of action, a doer of deeds. And I have a matter of some urgency I'd ask you to attend to. My new father-in-law, Mikhail Ross, must die, and you must retrieve his will. I will not prescribe the methods you use, but I shall insist on your discretion. Now, tell me, what payment do you require for this service? What is your price? I have a certain skill with alchemy. I could certainly teach you a thing or two. Of course, if you don't have the wit for that, I can see you richly rewarded in all manner of potions. They could grant you health, strength, or even love. A shame. Still, should you change your mind, you would find me grateful.
Well, well. We made it to the big smoke. Everybody in life makes choices. I'm tired of doing what others want me to do. I'm choosing to go a different way now. I've made mistakes, and compounded them. But now there's a chance to make amends. And I intend...
Ifan claps you on the shoulder.
Fighting monsters.
The woman cries on.
I was hired to guard a wedding. Nobody's...
A well-dressed dwarf paces swiftly around the room, overseeing the packing of trunks. He gives you a cursory glance, worry etched on his face.
Yes, thank you for coming. Indeed, it would have been a beautiful ceremony if only... Dark times. Dark times indeed. Safe home to you now.
He quickly turns away and casts a worried gaze around the room, counting something on his fingers.
I'm afraid I don't know any. Lohar, you say? Oh, Lohar. I know the guy all right. I knew his father kissed my arse, and his mother shove off.
Ross flashes a satisfied grin and returns to his chores. A well-dressed dwarf paces...
Yes, thank you for safe home to you now.
He quickly turns away and casts a worried gaze around the room, counting something on his fingers.
You've been proven a friend to Duna's spawn. So from one friend to another, I say, get out of Arx. Leave it far behind. I'm glad we agree.
Be brief.
I'm afraid I don't know any. Lohar, you say? Keep your weapons stashed, hothead. I'll tell you what I know. When the crackdowns and decrees came, I defended her. When she exiled her cousin Marcus, I joined in the applause. But this new plan of hers, I want to believe I do, but death fog? Something's not right. She's tuned me out. Well, she's tuned everyone out. Everyone but that advisor of hers, that Isbale. Her quacking all but drowns us out. Hell if I know. A terrible answer, but it's all I've got. But it wasn't long after she started hovering around Justinia that things started to change. Justinia's always been hard, if you know what I mean, but never heartless. I don't know what her endgame is, but I don't want to be anywhere near when it begins. She's holding court in the sewers, if you can believe it. Go to my wine cellar. Pull out the vintage called Lula Bell. It will open the way for you. And take this key. You'll know where to use it when the time comes. Is there more you need from me? Yes. Did you see my daughter downstairs? Did you see our courtyard? If getting out of Arx makes me a coward, then so be it. I'd sooner take my business to Black Peak Isle than stay here a moment longer. And you know what must be done, and why it must be done quickly. Is there more you need from me? What? Impossible. That's the wine talking, that is. My will? What could he... Yes. I see the honesty in your eyes. This news does muddle things a tad. I tell you what, you seem an honourable sort. See Dorian dead and I will meet his offer. Then you're as useless to me as a Voidwoken, and barely less ugly. I'll have to fight my own battle.
You've come to serve, yes? Excellent. Bring me my slippers. Chop chop. Aw, it's always so adorable when the peasants pretend they have lives of their own.
Have you come to kill me as well? Take a number. You're all lining up quickly. I tell you what, you seem an honourable sort. See Dorian dead and I will meet his offer. All right, fine. Believe me when I say you'll be well rewarded. I suppose I can afford it better than I can afford an enemy at this particular moment. Kill the rat and be quick about it. I don't have the luxury of time.
Nothing to see here. Not even today.
Move on, please.
Wait, where the hell did that Dorian fella go?
What is your pleasure, my lord? Our best vintage is unavailable, but I may have a delicious cider in the cupboard, if you'd allow. Oh, sir, I can't say I know. Besides, I'm not at liberty to discuss. My dear gods, I really don't know. Maybe he went to his house. It's over by the barracks. What's going on? Is he going to be...
He inspects the coin, then drops it in his pocket and shuffles away with an embarrassed whimper.
Fasten tight.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Sorry, it's been, quite a day. You need a hand with anything, let me know. You and me both. Worked for Ross for a decade, and half expected an invitation of my own. But even with half of Arks lying dead in his garden, he still wants the shop open. Then again, if I'd been at the wedding... The fact that the boss loves counting his pennies is probably the only reason I'm breathing. That said, it doesn't feel right to be hawking wares with that next door. Job's the job, though. Can hardly leave Arks with naught but empty pockets.
I was hired to guard a wedding. Nobody said anything about fighting monsters.
Oh, of course. You won't find better in all of Arks. I can promise you that. Not bad, eh? Oh. Don't know much. Everyone was out in the garden for the wedding. I was watching the shop and then... Guards were everywhere, but those beasties just cut through them like butter. Boss said to keep the doors open, but truth be told, I feel ill just standing here. By Duna, closing can't come fast enough. Before you go, I should tell you, the boss has certain exclusive wares for a few choice customers. You seem like the type to appreciate such things. Thought you'd be interested. Never hurts to take our mind off these terrible times. You'll find we have some interesting specials today.
Nothing's sacred anymore. Or safe.
They kicked me out. Don't they know who I am?
Ooh, not bad, eh? Take care of yourself.
I was hired to guard a wedding. Nobody said anything about
Kin. They burn our flags and set our homes alight, but... Oh, I do beg your pardon. Are you... Well, goodness. Please do browse my tinctures at your leisure. Take all the time you must. Do return, should you find it necessary.
I've got the wares you need.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall trade. We shall talk.
A most warm welcome. May my elixirs ease your burdens. I turn no business away.
All those broken arrows. You've got your work cut out.
Some are still good. You're either the hunter or the hunted, my friend. Either way, I'll get you situated. May the land sustain you and the wild game feed you, friend.
Nature provides.
They got damaged in the past. It'll fix it.
Your fault. I'll give you that.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike.
How's the potion business going?
We shall
You're either the hunter or the hunted, my friend. Either way, I'll get you situated.
Nature provides.
Back to refill your quiver, are you?
I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
What the? I'm sure I saw torchlight down there.
I was hired to guard a wedding. Nobody said anything about fighting monsters.
Careful now. That's a trap. That unlocks something. Or locks it.
If I were the Queen of Rats, maybe I'd have a best friend who secretly wanted me dead too. Dwarves have all the fun. Yes, I've spotted something.
A guard rushes in front of you, and before you can flinch, the point of a sharp spear draws a bead of blood from the artery in your neck.
State your name. Now!
Oh, for goodness sake, woman, lower your spear. That is no way to greet a guest.
Isbiel, I've not known you to be so welcoming to strangers.
Have I yet to disappoint your highness in matters of security?
Your Majesty?
Do as she says. Lower your spear.
Yes. Of course, my queen. If you've business here, get on with it.
Your Highness, Bloom of Duna, Flame of the Forge, I present to you the spouse of the sun, the world tamer, the Red Prince.
Queen Justinia sucks in her cheeks, then offers you her unwavering hand. The woman called Isbael glares at you with stony face and obdurate eyes.
You are in the presence of royalty. Her Highness is due proper respect from subject and admirer alike.
Now, let's not intimidate our guest further, Isbiel. I am yet too intrigued to give him leave. Why do you allow the Crimson Prince before me?
My queen, the scaled specimen before you is a god-woken, a claimant to the divine throne.
The queen wrinkles her face and gives Isbael a sideways glance. Isbael's red-brown eyes meet her gaze head-on.
Many have laid claim to Lucian's legacy, including his own inferior spawn. I presume our visitor has more than a vague title to boast of.
He has escaped the island prison to which the Order confined him, a feat deserving a modicum of respect.
A refugee from the Joy, then. Impressive. Few avoid the Magister's watchful eyes. Can this god-woken declare other triumphs, Isbiel? Yes, the mad sorcerer tainted both his time and ours. His stench is not easily rinsed away. But it seems to me that Void-Woken and Shriekers were a more present danger. Yes?
Isbael looks to the queen and speaks further of your deeds.
The god-woken arrogated the Lady Vengeance, the very vessel that terrorized the high seas under the Hammer's command.
The queen's eyes grow wide, and she nods appreciatively, then looks to Isbael to continue the ovations.
It is good and right that you mourn the dead, God-woken. But do not let your sorrow linger. Many a good warrior has buried his courage along with the dead. Look ahead, not behind.
The god-woken has slain his very own. Alexander, son of the Lake Divine, has fallen to his superior might.
Indeed. Slayed by your hand, then. The cub once pleaded with me to aid in his sorcerer pogrom. I cannot deplore your actions, as loath as I am to admit it.
The queen smiles her approval and looks to her advisor.
The great sorcerer Riker, a lone wolf known for his manipulation of the innocent dead, died by our visitor's hand, Your Majesty.
I do not know of this Riker. I trust his death was well deserved. Basic decency is none too common in modern Rivellon, though I needn't tell you this. Still, a shame that such a capable man would pursue matters so vile.
I've no more of your accomplishments to announce. If I didn't know better, I'd think you almost vain. Well, I see no reason to mince words, Godwoken. You're here to die.
Isbiel, whatever's gotten into you? Malodorous it may be, but this is still a court, not a gallows.
Your Majesty, the Godwoken is no ally, but enemy. He would throw your plans in disarray. You have worked so hard. Arcs must fall to the death fog.
What? Nonsense, Prince. It cannot be.
Oh, but you're a clever one, Godwoken, aren't you? Fine. You've outed me. But it doesn't matter. You can't stop the death fog. The wheels are in motion.
Isbiel?
Shut your royal maw, Justinia. Arcs will fall and your memory writ. They will believe it was your will, your plan, your command.
The royal guards unsheath their blades and point them not at Isbiel, but at you.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
You blink yourself awake to the cold gaze of 1,000 stones and the hot gaze of the dwarf Isbiel, right hand of the queen.
Oh, good. You're awake. Yeah, at first I figured I'd just kill you. But then I thought, Isbiel, you're wasting an opportunity here. Don't bother thanking me just yet, though. I dare say you'll be begging to die before long. I'll start with lesser toxins, just to see how you react, and take it from there. How strong a dose can a Godwoken handle? How long does it take for one to succumb? So many questions.
Your lips open, but no words spill forth. You try to lift your head, but it is no match for gravity. She has paralyzed you. Only your eyes are free to move.
Don't fight it. You'll only make things worse. Oh, but I've been so rude. You should know the real me. Oh, it's good to give myself a rest. Those masks can be darned pesky.
Every ounce of energy within you evaporates. You have no more control over your own source than you do of your flaccid body. Isbiel shakes her head at you. Tut, tut.
Do try to relax. The harder you fight, the harder the experiment will be on you. That dose proves quite alarming for my normal subject. Let's try a new approach, shall we?
The attempt is futile. Every inch of your body is useless, though your senses still register every sight, sound, and smell.
Let's see now. I have just the thing. Just a spritz, mind you.
struggle to move. And you feel your toes wiggle, and your fingers twitch. The paralysis is waning.
Interesting. Some of the results are quite unexpected. Now, let's move on to death fog. Live or die, you've already proven most... Well, I was going to say useful, but perhaps entertaining is the better word.
His veil turns the veil, but no fog wafts forth. In that moment, you feel your bones and muscles awaken. You've regained control of your body at last.
What's wrong with it? God! Come! The God Woker's broken free of my spell!
spirit laughs soundlessly at something unseen. You realize that what you thought was a maniacal glint in his eye is, in fact, the last glowing embers of the acidic fire that burned his eyeballs away. The dwarf smiles, at ease despite his imprisonment.
Need some chatter to pass the time, friend? I wish I knew. Would love to be...
A nauseating wave of pain and fear washes from the spirit. Pain from what was inflicted upon her, and fear that her suffering would never end. The spirit struggles for breath, a breath...
Arx is safe in my death. I faced the grave before, you know. Yet through the God King, I have eternal life.
You've such a soft spot for that woman. Do you really think she didn't know exactly what releasing death fog into Arx would mean? Don't be fooled. I may have planted the seed, but she gleefully tended to it.
My entourage is taking good care of her, I promise. Well, as good as you would expect. If she's missing a few digits, or bearing a few new bruises, that's just expected wear and tear.
The Master's purpose is his own to speak, not mine.
You're good with words, so sincere. I almost believed you. But let's pretend I fell for your little persuasion game. I'll tell you the Black Ring's plans on one condition. You release the death fog. You bring my mission to an end.
The spirit pauses, then nods.
The God King feeds on war, on death, on disease. On the rich source the living once carried within them, knowingly or not. I think this clear by now. The death fog was not just a murder bomb, but a tool. A tool for sowing discord. A tool for pitting the Order against the Dwarven Kingdom. A tool for ridding us of those who would see us fail. Every race, every creed, and every claimant to the title of Divine.
Isbel's voice rises, and her fists tighten. You presume she'd have gone red with fury, were she not wholly translucent.
I lived for that day. flesh of every magister melted like butter in the sun. The paladins' eyes bugged out in horror as they watched their spouses and children choke on the death fog, clogging their lungs. There would be screams first. Then silence.
The spirit's eyes and mouth narrow. In her silence, the noise of splashing sewer water bounces from the stony walls and into your ears. You have lit Isbael's fire. She is a bomb, a banshee, an erupting volcano.
You couldn't know! You weren't there! When the portal opened and the death fog poured in, you weren't there! To see their skin burst, to see the blood bubbles foam from their mouths. Have you ever felt your own saliva sizzle? Have you ever felt your own brain pressing against the inside of your skull? I have felt it. That agony was the doing of the divine. For his order to suffer the same fate is not punishment enough. In death, I was given a chance. I made a decision. One that I have never regretted. This is not your judgment to make, but the God King's. He has come. I am ready for his gift and his sanction.
Machine sits before you. Pipework tentacles outwards and upwards, the conduits piercing the ground overhead, wending their way towards the city and her people above. Even through the seals of the Great Cistern, you scent the acrid sting of the death fog inside. A faint gossamer of death fog rises from a junction where the release valve meets a pipe. A switch allows redirection to a different pipe, labeled C. The junction currently leads to a pipe labeled Arcs. Sparks fly, and metal plates buckle. With a deafening hiss, the valve breaks free of the pipe, and the faint stream of fog spurts and sputters, threatening to flood the room. The death fog stream has become a veritable geyser. The machine is going to blow.
Death fog's leaving out. Time to get out of here. Now! I've spotted something.
twisted and torn in her heart and her mind. The spirit emits an unbearable desire for it all to be over, for good and forever.
You're not trying to escape, are you?
happens to a bad dwarf. Now to find Queen Justinia.
A nauseating wave of pain. The spirit struck.
Arx is safe in my death. I faced the grave before, you know. Yet through the God King, I have eternal life. still think Arx is safe in my death? I faced the grave before, you know. Yet through the God King, I have eternal life. The Master's purpose is his own to speak, not mine. You're good with words, so sincere. I almost believed you. But let's pretend I fell for your little persuasion game. I'll tell you the Black Ring's plans on one condition. You release the Death Fog. You bring my mission to an end.
The spirit pauses, then nods.
The God King feeds on war, on death, on disease. On the rich source the living once carried within them, knowingly or not. I think this clear by now. The Death Fog was not just a murder bomb, but a tool. A tool for sowing discord. A tool for pitting the Order against the Dwarven Kingdom. A tool for ridding us of those who would see us fail. Every race, every creed, and every claimant to the title of Divine.
Isbel's voice rises, and her fists tighten. You presume she'd have gone red with fury, were she not wholly translucent.
I lived for that day, Goldwoken. The flesh of every Magister melted like butter in the sun. The Paladins' eyes bugged out in horror as they watched their spouses and children choke on the death fog, clogging their lungs. There would be screams first.
The spirit's eyes and mouth narrow. In her silence, the noise of splashing sewer water bounces from the stony walls and into your ears. You have lit Isbel's fire. She is a bomb, a banshee, an erupting volcano.
You couldn't know! You weren't there! When the portal opened and the death fog poured in, you weren't there! To see their skin burst, to see the blood bubbles foam from their mouths. Have you ever felt your own saliva sizzle? Have you ever felt your own brain pressing against the inside of your skull? I have felt it. That agony was the doing of the Divine. For his order to suffer the same fate is not punishment enough! In death, I was given a chance. I made a decision. One that I have never regretted. This is not your judgment to make, but the God King's. He has come. I am ready for his gift and his sanction.
I found something.
Twisted and torn in her heart and her mind, the spirit emits an unbearable desire for it all to be over, for good and forever.
Sounds like the Queen.
Her black skull in two! By whose hand? Yours? It should have been my own axe to slice her neck. Take me to her bones. I've a mind to chop them into pieces, the foul witch!
Justinia struggles to control her rage. She closes her eyes. She breathes the sew's fetid air. She waits.
She is dead. And that is that.
Justinia pounds a fist against her palm. One smack, then a second, then a third.
You may not believe me, but what I did, I thought I did for the sake of my people. The sinking of the Peacemaker, the driftwood smuggling operation, the Death Fog, Black Peak Isle. Power always comes at a great cost. Sometimes you have to take some lives to save others. And I shall always put dwarven lives first. You must understand this.
It was only a matter of time, she said.
And I never doubted it. The scouts talked of living weapons nailed to crosses, of blank-faced wizards, an entire force of them. If we didn't come for the Order, the Magisters and Paladins, they would come for us. They had my ear all the while, the Black Ring. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. To think of it.
Bless his heart. Please do tell him to rest his mind. Mikael is no man of courage, but he's as loyal as a fresh-fed pup. But do be sure to keep my whereabouts private, at least for now. My concerns in Arx must remain my own. The void closes in then. It's so much more dangerous than even death fog. Death fog we can see and smell. The void is empty, intangible. We don't know it's there until its creatures are upon us. She was a scientist of sorts, or so the town criers chanted. She knew of the ways of nature and beyond, and I invited her to court to show me. She healed the sick and soothed the wounded. I saw it with my own eyes. I brought her close. Her words were wise, and her aims, well, they seemed so pure. It was after Alexander assembled the quorum that Isbiel turned my mind to thoughts of war. Our scouts and spies aided dwarven sorcerers where and when they could, but Isbiel insisted the monks and shriekers would touch dwarven land. When we came to Arx to prepare, she rarely left my side except to tend to her laboratory. I'd no idea what atrocities she'd been committing there. Lady Kem is known to harbor those in need from foreign lands. I will be safe at her estate. So unless you've no more grievances to air...
How many innocent lives will die before you see reason? Kill her.
Forgive her. Justinia has learned from her mistakes. Let her return to her people in peace.
The Queen nods a goodbye to you.
Until I can return to the kingdom, I will be at the Kem estate. Royalty is always welcome there. Paulina would have it no other way.
Seems the Queen can handle herself. veil leeching the source from these people?
The shade of a spirit shimmers before you, barely visible. Its source has been sucked nearly dry. A sorcerer, a dissolute dwarf with a big mouth, you were thrown in the slammer. Fort's joy beckoned, but you woke up hooded, being dragged through the sewers to a painful end. You never saw the light again. The spirit fades at last to nothing.
Papa? Help me, Papa. The lady took something from me.
This veil was planted in the royal court quite some time ago. This conspiracy has been a long time brewing.
great machine sits before you. Pipework tentacles outwards and upwards, the conduits piercing the ground overhead, wending their way towards the city and her people above. Even through the seals of the great cistern, you scent the acrid sting of the death fog inside. A faint gossamer of death fog rises from a junction where the release valve meets a pipe. A switch allows redirection to a different pipe, labeled C. The junction currently leads to a pipe labeled ARX.
Destroy this thing. There's no time to waste.
The only way to keep Ark safe is to smash this thing to pieces. Do it.
The machine creaks to life, and the death fog begins to flow through the other pipe. You hear the howl of the fog as it travels the pipe towards the sea, and the machine winds down. The cistern is empty. All is silent. The machine sits silent and empty.
I'll need to get clever with this lock.
barons unleashed! The mistake repeat!
His lunacy is all.
The Magister's spirit looks up at you from a tortured face. His eyes are filled with pain and terror, and his hands grasp tight to each other, clenching and clenching, harder and harder.
In this dingy hole, to end my days here, where I once toiled, but oh how I prayed for an end at the end. And I'm still praying.
A creature that powerful? Grooming her, probably. Send her after the young to spread Alice's life.
The cells are empty. Where are the prisoners? Who are you? Did Lord Kem send you about the missing prisoners? Ah! So the prisoners escaped. That seems unlikely, since they were well shackled. But perhaps the Magisters are not as guilty as we'd thought. Not that that lets them off the hook, of course. You may thank Lord Kem for the information. I will put it to good use. We'll get to the bottom of this, I guarantee it. That is the ever-elusive mystery. These weren't escape artists. They were thieves and drunkards, imbeciles and liars, heretics and fools. The crudest of the crude, turned from slugs to smoke. Poof.
Her jaw drops. She struggles to process the news.
You saw this with your own eyes? I see it in you. You did. This is abhorrent. Outrageous. Evil. Dallas and her whites, they must be involved. This cruelty, this disregard for life's spark. It is the mark not just of the Black Ring, but of the Hammer. You've done the Paladins a great service. The better we understand the ways of the Whites, the closer we come to ending their horrors.
She bows to you in farewell.
But how do you run experiments on more than 500...
You believe what they were doing down there? That's some dark business. Damien himself would have been proud.
Experiments? On all those people?
We've hauled a lot of bodies out to the grave today. More divine order brothers and sisters than I ever thought I'd see in the ground. The Magisters have a lot to answer for.
Lord Kemp did what he had to do. It was harsh.
Greetings once more. All this is thanks to you, you know. If we hadn't found out what the Whites were doing in the Black Pits, we wouldn't have known that they had to be stopped. I am in your debt. And? What of it? I know a lot more after your tale. Using the Aetheran to steal the source from the world? She's lost her mind. Although much as I despise the creature, I have never known her to be a coward. She fought well in battles against the Black Ring. Wherever she's hiding, she will not go quietly. Not much, at least not yet. Perhaps you'd have better luck given your credentials. The White Magisters were in these barracks when the fighting began, an entire cabal of them. If we find them, we will find Dallas, I have no doubt. They ran like rats from a burning shed, so they must have left some clue, some trail. Find it, follow it, and bring me the location of their den. Be quick, I've other matters at hand. Speak, then.
His eyes narrow, his gaze sharp.
And why would you say that? Did you expect that to work? Are you used to dealing with idiots? I know you are hiding something. Thankfully, it is something you will take to the grave. Ah! No. In this, there can be no compromise.
take care of that death fog machine before some kid starts flipping switches.
Machines, even through the seals of a faint gossamer of death fog run.
Destroy this thing. There's no time to waste.
The only way to keep Ark safe is to smash this thing to pieces.
Sparks fly, and metal plates buckle. With a deafening hiss, the valve breaks free of the pipe, and the faint stream of fog spurts and sputters, threatening to flood the room. The death fog stream has become a veritable geyser. The machine is going to blow.
Death fog's moving out. Time to get out of here. Now!
We don't know.
Find out. Tell Lord Kem that we won't let this lie. 564 prisoners. 564! We can't let it lie. Ah! So the prisoners escaped. That seems unlikely, since they were well shackled. But perhaps the Magisters are not as guilty as we'd thought. Not that that lets them off the hook, of course. You may thank Lord Kem for the information. I will put it to good use. We'll get to the bottom of this, I guarantee it. That is the ever-elusive mystery. These weren't escape artists. They were thieves and drunkards, imbeciles and liars, heretics and fools. The crudest of the crude, turned from slugs to smoke. Poof.
Her jaw drops. She struggles to process the news.
You saw this with your own eyes? I see it in you. You did. This is abhorrent. Outrageous. Evil. Dallas and her whites, they must be involved. This cruelty, this disregard for life's spark. It is the mark not just of the Black Ring, but of the Hammer. You've done the Paladins a great service. The better we understand the ways of the whites, the closer we come to ending their horrors.
She bows to you in farewell.
But how do you run experiments on more than one?
I'll have Raymond's head for this. Greetings once more. All this is thanks to you, you know. If we hadn't found out what the Whites were doing in the Black Pits, we wouldn't have known that they had to be stopped. I am in your debt. And out with it.
Kem's eyes turn very, very dark.
I cannot count the friends I have seen cut down by the Ring, nor the outrages against humanity that I witnessed at their hands. I am Lord Commander of the Paladins, Guardians of the Faith, Lucian's own. I kill Black Ring. Never forget that. Now, if you're done with gossip, I have things to do, and so do you, I imagine. Dallas, you slave. Where are you hiding? You'd better have something sensible to say. I will not have my time. And? Out. My time is precious. Be mindful. And? What of it? I know a lot more. Although much, she fought well in battles. Not much. The White Magisters were in the... They ran like rats. Be quick. I've other matters at hand. Speak, then.
His eyes narrow, his gaze sharp.
And why would you say that? A brave admission, if not a smart one. There are a great many things you could have seen down there. I suspect you are keeping something from me. Thankfully, it is something you will take to the grave. Ah! No. In this, there can be no compromise.
For all the fighting, I never once saw Dallas with them. Lord Kem's gotten reports that she's...
Greetings, one. All this is thanks to you. And?
Kem's eyes turn very...
I cannot. I am law. Now, if you're done... You'd better have something sensible to say. Speak, then.
His eyes narrow.
And why would you say that? Now, I insist. What do you know? You leave when you are dismissed. Now, please, tell... Did you expect that to work? Thankfully, it is... I should never have allowed Alexander to take power. Won't happen again.
If there's anything important here, the Whites must have surely taken it.
More Magister rubbish.
The elf gives you a slow clap. Clap, clap, clap.
The evil Isbale is dead. The doctor will see you now. Permit me to mark it on your map. Do not tarry. He urgently desires to speak with you.
The elf bows his head in thanks. You turn away.
Something special.
With a glint in her eye, she raises her hand and shows you her rings.
Ah, you speak of my little helpers. Is there more to speak of? I'm quite sure I provided what you need. Unless, of course, what you need is more cheese. I'm sure you agree when I say no one has as many friends as the big cheese.
Nothing as fragrant as an open sewer, hey?
This place stinks.
No one has as many friends as... I can't do it. I just can't.
So many books and such little time.
Greetings. I am Cranley Hubert. I assume no further introduction is required. Oh, come now. Surely you've heard of my writing, or my work with the Historical Guild of Arcs? No? Ask me a real question, why don't you? The answer is Hubert Oak, of course, my near namesake. A question for you. In what year did Lucian the Divine depart from us? Incorrect. Now, perhaps you'd like to return outside and consort with those who have intellectual stamina more on par with your own, yes? I'm quite busy here. Do you mind? I'm sure there's a puddle somewhere up. Oh, wonderful smell of this volume. The musty aroma of knowledge. Wonderful smell of this volume. The musty aroma of knowledge.
I've spotted something.
Nailed shut. They won't budge.
Nailed shut. They won't budge.
So much death on such a lovely day.
The spirit of a guard gazes around the garden sternly. Clearly, he's unaware of his demise.
Way and you'll get an elbow in the eye. Come on, through it!
The spirit of a dwarven lady stands eagerly by, as if she's waiting to catch a bouquet. The spirit shoos you away absently, her gaze fixed intently on the arc that the bouquet is taking through the air.
Come on, through it! This bouquet's mine. Get in my way and you'll get an elbow in the eye. Come on, through it. This bouquet's mine. Get in my way and you'll get an elbow in the eye.
The spirit crouches. The spirit shoots.
Come on, through it! This bouquet's mine.
The spirit of an elegantly dressed woman.
Get in my way and
The spirit of a dwarf watches the... The spirit of an elven... The spirit of a dwarf...
This bouquet's mine. Get in my way and you'll
The spirit of a dwarf...
What's this? I found something.
This bouquet's mine. Get in my way and you'll get an elbow in the eye.
They're alive. And I will foster. Time to play.
Into the dark with you.
What is happening out here? Haven't we seen enough tragedy today?
He considers the wreckage surrounding the X-cake. Understanding dawns.
That cake, it came from the doctor, with a letter of congratulation. It was truly a magnificent sight, but the wedding was cut short before we could even slice it. Voidwoken, sabotage, bad cake. You'd think someone had it in for our little lady. Few have seen his face, and no one knows his name. He corresponds only by messenger. The townspeople seldom speak of him, which is strange now that I think of it. He'll open your belly and fill it with jelly. The doctor is in, the doctor is in. He'll rip off your toes and shove them up your nose. The doctor is in, the doctor is in. Heard a kid singing that the other day. Her mother heard it too, and beat the poor tyke senseless. That was funny, I have to admit. Gotta take your entertainment where you can when you're on duty. There is little to tell. He's just the doctor. He speaks to few, and few wish to speak of him unless they're desperate. No one even knows his name. It's easiest if I show you. Let me see your map.
He shakes his head and whistles as he identifies the doctor's home on your map.
If there was ever a house that was haunted, well, that's the one. They say almost no one gets in, and those who do never come out. Perhaps the shadowed house on the eastern cliff. Don't expect a warm welcome, and watch out for the cake. Can't say I blame you. I don't want to appear disloyal, but as dwarfen weddings go, this one had a tad more blood than usual. A tad.
Get in my way and you'll get an elbow in the eye.
Something stinks around here.
Curled upper lip, lightly bobbing head, unwavering gaze. There's no doubting the spirit's distaste of current circumstances. The spirit's sneer intensifies.
A job for the Queen. Now get your scabby lizard bug away from mine.
I was just looking for my husband. He was right here a minute ago. I just turned away to refill my goblet, looked back and he was gone. Can't think of anywhere he'd rather be than here by my side at this terrible time. Perhaps he's at his house near the barracks. Maybe he went there to fetch something to comfort me.
She looks around her, seeming completely lost. She stares at you in horror. You think you see that strange pink tint in her eyes fade a little.
What? No, no, that's not true. That's impossible.
Her eye twitches and her mouth moves silently, but aggressively. It almost looks as if she's having an argument with herself. When she looks up at you again, the pink tint has cleared completely from her eyes.
How could he? How could he? I've got to find my father. I must warn him. He trusted a stranger over his own daughter. I bet his pig knew about my husband before I did too.
She slumps in her seat, looking even more miserable and dejected than ever.
And what would it matter now? If he's not here, he might have gone back to his house by the barracks. I should have known something was up. He never brought me there, but he'd always come back stinking to high heaven of chemicals.
She nods sadly, gaze dropping to the carpet.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Sorry, it's been, quite a day. You need a hand with anything, let me know.
Nothing sacred anymore, or safe.
First wedding I've missed in days.
I'm lucky I was posted indoors. That I'd be drawing breath now if I was in the garden.
Take care of yourself.
Days?
Hunters, I've got the wares you need. What a pile of junk.
They got damage to the fight. I serve all who seek aid, Mark.
Arks is still a free city, last time I checked. There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall train. We shall talk. I serve all who seek aid, Mark.
Too loud. What do you think the paladins would do to us if we heard you going wrong like that? Arks is still a free city, last time I checked. There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
All those broken arrows. You've got your work cut out. I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
The elf stands in front of a cart, displaying various sundries. He warmly motions to you and gives you a broad smile.
Don't fret, my friend, and don't. I welcome newcomers and natives alike. We shall trade. We shall talk. Very happy. Get out of here, you dirty mutt!
Paladins promised the good council school will reopen.
I serve all who seek aid, Ma.
No hurry.
I heard that the paladins killed unarmed magisters. Didn't even let them surrender. Too loud. What do you think the paladins would do to us if they heard you going wrong like that? Arx is still a free city, last time I checked.
Several ships missing.
There's bodies in the streets. This place isn't free, not anymore.
What a pile of junk.
Nature. You're either the hunter or the hunted, my friend. Either way, I'll get you situated.
Nature provides.
You a hunter? I've got just the thing.
Look, by all means, but do not touch the merchandise. Human skin's impure oils may taint even the least delicate of my herbs and tinctures. Browse as you must, but do respect nature.
Summer's still good. What you looking for?
I'm not picky, so long as the arrow flies straight.
Hunters, I've got the wares you need.
Run away, everyone! Run away! The mist of death! The mist of death! Can't you smell it?
A visitor. Tell me, do you like puppets?
The toy seller nods and smiles, clearly not listening to a word you've said.
Wonderful. Here, take a look at this.
The puppet springs to life.
Impressive, no? There's a lot of craftsmanship in that small package. Quite a lot. Now, what can I do for you? I haven't had many callers of late, what with all the fuss and hubbub that's been going on outside. Sauce, what else? Each and every one of my darlings has a little bit of magic in them. It turns a mere toy into a friend. I'm on good terms with the Divine Order. They know what my work entails. They've even had use for me in the past. I have nothing to fear from them. Oh, no, not at all. I use only the smallest sprinkle of sauce in my work. I'd hardly think a Voidwoken would set its sights on me and my darlings. Quite. Luckily for me, I have everything I care about right here. Why, I could lose days on end rummaging around inside my darlings. Consider me at your service. if you need anything else.
The puppet looks at you with what almost amounts to curiosity. You detect Source coursing through its inner mechanisms, lending it the appearance of sentiency.
Got swords and shields over here.
Shoo, you flea bag, shoo!
Get to it or get moving. It's the busiest day of the year. Get to it or get moving. It's the busiest day of the year.
You want supplies, you speak.
You've got some fighting, and I've got what you need.
Business must be booming for you, all your broken weapons.
This Magister's don't take the
Still,
Well, well.
She nods a greeting.
Come here, stranger.
You want meat and bread? Head to the sewers. Those fancy dwarves down there are gorging on the good stuff.
The man glowers from under his hood. You can't see his eyes, but you know they are trained on you.
You are equipped well enough for a barroom brawl, my friend. Is there more on your mind? You, over here.
The man glowers from under his hood. You can't see his eyes, but you know they are trained on you.
You are equipped. We need more than wits on these wild streets. Come here, stranger.
For the safety of Rivellon, report all sorcerers to the nearest Magister.
Look at the size of that thing.
real antiques, realistic prices. Who cares to trade?
I keep seeing imaginary voidwoken around every corner. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in these streets again.
If you're looking for Kat, she's evaluating all of Kem's antiquities. It'll be a while, but hey, why not do some shopping while you wait? You'll love what I've got. She's an appraiser, and our boss to boot. You'll meet her if you head inside. If you've got anything she's interested in, could be she'll make you a good deal.
He looks around covertly, before turning back to you with a wink.
Could be a really good deal. Well, this is the estate of the venerable Kems. We've all come to trade with Linda and his missus, but with recent events, let's just say they're busy. But Kat's inside. She'll come up with something. Good stuff, yeah?
There's still blood on the cobbles, and yet those blasted traders are right back at it, flogging their wares. What happened to respect for the dead?
The man in front of you is clad in a ragtag assortment of garb. He looks up from repairing a battered instrument to smile and nod at you, one traveller to another.
Ho there, fellow traveller. Luronta. Looking for some cheer to lighten the mood of this grim city? Well, Rava, at some point long ago, I decided poetry had but two purposes: to quicken the people's rivers of tears, or to stave them. Look around you. You'll find fear and longing and desperation. What good is a bard's solemnity in a city besieged by void and divided by war? My privilege and my duty is to remind the people of Arx that there's blue sky and shimmering sun beyond the clouds. Good question, Callisti. You know, I think it must be Sicil. The sea air, the fish pies, and the delicious air of desperation that hovers over all port towns. Of course, and glad to. My words shall lift your spirits, make no mistake. But I need to pay my way, so I'd ask for a little gold, if you have it to spare. What do you say, Rava? And why do you deserve one, friend? Sorry, friend. If I'm to shine a bit of sun on the people of Arx, I'll need the coin. I can't go lower for a poem than what I ask. Sure, Loronta. I will be here, should you wish to hear a poem.
I got real lucky when the Voidwoken attacked. They didn't go anywhere near the Chem estate. I know some people that lost everything. Some, maybe, but most of us are here to trade with Chem. He's tough to nail down. Luckily, our appraiser Kat's already made her way into the estate. The Chems lost nothing in the attack, so Kat will try to convince them to share a little. She's our leader, and a damn fine appraiser too. Meet her inside and she might even trade with you. Hope you like what you see.
This will all blow over, trust me. We shouldn't take the risk. We can be happy elsewhere.
The trader looks at the mansion behind her nervously, then back to you.
Looking for, something special? All done then?
She responds with a nervous wave, and her eyes flit to the mansion behind her.
I heard there's a bard in this quarter who's got the best set of lungs in Arcs. We could use a merry tune or two after what's happened.
Go ahead. The powers of the Seven lie hidden. Of course, Sadher continues to play.
Buying and selling!
My friend here has some stuff.
Want to sell some stuff?
I hear water. At least, I hope it's water.
The lizard hums a lizard melody. You do not find it unpleasant, but you do not recognize its air. The kin hums a melody, one you recognize from...
What's this? I found something.
An inscription at the terrarium's base identifies its contents as a wailing mandrake, a species you've not heard of in spite of your impressive scholarship. Not every detail is visible through the terrarium's hazed glass, but there is no missing the plant's trumpet-like blooms, perfect for catching raindrops, or insects, perhaps.
Holy Mother of Divine, that's loud! Gods! Make it stop! I won't do much sneaking with this in my pocket!
Sorry about that, but it had to be done.
The covenant can be severed.
The bloom opens before your eyes, resplendent and regal. It emits a sweet, subtle scent, like that of a rose, though more intoxicating. The bloom scent ribbons towards you until it fills your nostrils. Your whole body flushes. You're sure you must be glowing, so deep does the warmth dwell.
Sorrow. Our joy shall be the God-woken sorrow. Our joy... sorrow.
The unusual bloom continues unabated, as if parroting someone's words rather than speaking of its own accord.
The advocate is dead. The doctor is in. The advocate. The prey offers itself. Take it. The prey offers. Take it.
The flower has gone quiet.
The ring.
The flower's sweet fragrance.
The doctor thanks you for your help on Blood Moon Island. Some advice from him in thanks. Our master is grateful.
The spirit of the owl hops heavily from claw to claw, squinting up at you over his bulging, fluffy cheeks.
I don't know what just happened, but I do know that I can't taste anything. And that is the worst feeling in the whole world.
The owl's eyes go wide and round as his roly-poly body.
What? What? No more treats from camp? No more tasty treats? Oh, you know, this and that. Little tidbits, hands, feet, an eyeball now and then. Cam always liked me the best. He gave me lots of treats like that. Those others with their fancy names, he never gave them treats like me.
3 owls in the enclosure stare you down blankly, fluffing their feathers and blinking in turn.
Jimmy, prithee wake thyself.
The owl addressed as Jimmy lies motionless on the ground, looking for all the world like he's stone cold dead.
Aye, aye, buck thyself up, Jimmy lad. We are blessed with a visitor. Jimmy, Jimmy, what is it we do?
Oh, blast and bother, Jimmy. Show some civility to our esteemed visitor, won't you?
Jimmy remains dead, uninterested in answering petty questions about the world of the living.
Deceased? Bunkum, sweet Jimmy is just resting his eyes. Man must be aware that one often needs a small nap after a large dinner. And Jimmy just ingested a banquet. Kem! Lord Kem! Finest paladin in all the land. Right, Jimmy?
A beak never goes empty for long in Kem's house.
Spying some blood on Jimmy's beak, you pry it open to investigate. Inside, you see a human finger. A few sharp tugs, and you've pulled a severed human hand loose, partially pecked. You don't need to be a genius to surmise that Jimmy choked on his dinner.
Mom, quit thy poking and prithee leave yon Jimmy alone. Our lad will ruffle up his feathers in his own sweet time. Fare thee well. We'll tell Jimmy you stopped by. Another visit? Jimmy! Jimmy! Wake up!
You guessed it. Jimmy is dead as a doornail.
Oh, he sure did eat a big dinner. Aloysius saw him really cramming it in, not 5 hours.
Fare thee well!
The elegant owl mistress glances up at you from her papers, a harried look on her face. She nods an abrupt greeting.
Yes? Can't you smell the fine aroma of owl shit? This is the Owlry, Lord Kem's communications link with the rest of Rivellon. Right now, I'm sending my fluffy friends to mobilize paladins to readiness. War is imminent. But Lord Kem's a good leader, a good man. He'll protect us. I'm sure of it. I suppose he sent you for the latest news? Rivellon's a big place, darling, and all of it in a shambles. Where exactly do you want to know about? We haven't heard anything from Fort Joy in a good long time, ever since a group of renegade sorcerers escaped, killing Bishop Alexander in the process. I'm no fan of Magisters, not anymore. But I can't help but think that Alexander's death was unfortunate. Dallas is only making everything worse. I intercepted some Magister communications from there a while ago. Seems like their Voidwoken problems have decreased lately. But they're not quite sure why. They're preparing for war with the Divine Order, with all three houses riled up in a frenzy. The House of Dreams are communing with dead warriors. The House of Lore are drawing up new maps for after the war. And the House of War? Well, the House of War are in their element. The biggest news of the Dwarven Queendom is usually the location of the Queen. And guess what? Queen Justinia is here in Arx. She's staying right here in Lord Kem's mansion. Good luck out there. You'll need it. We all will. Back again. Make it. I doubt it. That's probably just Jimmy. Poor lad hasn't been able to fly properly in months. Lord Kem. Good luck out there.
The weather-beaten war owl salutes you with one wing. Looking closer, you can see a telltale scratch on her left claw. This is the war owl who delivered your message from the Paladin camp.
Mom, you sent me from the meadows near Driftwood. Caroline Fluffinster at your service, Mom. That I have, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Bred and trained for service I am, Mom. I'm proud to be some help, Mom. Wherever the whistle calls me, Mom. Though, no doubt, with the war preparations the way they are now, I'll be called up to the front lines, Mom.
The owl bows before you with an outrageously over-the-top flourish of her feathered wings. The frog blinks slowly, considering you with shrewd and beady eyes. After a pointed pause, he opens his mouth, flicking his tongue out to catch an unfortunate fly right from the tip of your boot.
Another blowing. And this used to be such a nice neighborhood. Let me tell you, it was once majestic here. But recently, some bad elements have been appearing. Kids rampaging in the pool, splashing about, doing Lucian knows what underwater, and scaring all the flies away. Lethal, I tell you, I've had quite enough. Quite.
With that, the frog turns his back to you with disdain. As you near the garden, the rustling of leaves and branches turns to an insidious murmur. The closer you listen, the clearer the whispers become.
Source in the air. He must be near. Kem. The doctor sends his regards.
He will not allow the king to rule unchallenged.
The flower is withered. You bend to smell the bloom, but it has no discernible scent. The moment you finger the silky flower, icy darkness pierces your heart. The chill freezes your bones, then rushes free, leaving a single word etched within you: God-woken. The flower's beauty
He will not allow the king to rule unchallenged. The water rises and falls on Lord Ken's.
The flower's beauty is betrayed by your memories of its sharp touch.
What's this? I found something.
Now we'll see what Ken was hiding.
The statue reaches toward the sky, as though preparing to take flight. The bottom drops out from within you. She lifts you up, up, up.
That's the water taken care of, but it looks like that hatch needs a key.
Yet another fresh...
Shh! She'll find me.
Yet another fresh thing.
The city is swarming with pilgrims. The house is swarming with salamanders. My patience is...
A word of warning. There are lizards in the house.
I hear water. At least, I hope it's water.
Come out, wherever you are.
I saw Daddy with some weird-looking cat in the garden. I think he was even talking to it. He called it Archu, I think. Anyway, I asked if I could pet it, but Daddy shooed me away.
Come out, wherever you are.
I'll talk to my husband. He loves children so.
I'm working here. Leave me be.
For heaven's sake, would you please... Oh, ever so sorry. I thought you were that rotten butler about to warn me once again to take the ocular, not the tactile approach. I swear I've a mind to beat him to death with the nearest dictionary I can find.
Come out wherever you are.
Oh, do spare me. That little snob thinks me unworthy of being in his precious lord's mansion and praising his precious lord's collection of antiques. Just you try judging the state of a Vedistian armoire if you're not even allowed to rummage through its drawers. Highly interesting and highly valuable. Perhaps even quite out of your league. Anything else?
Have you managed to rummage up any turnips?
I'm merely appraising the many antiques gathered in here in this beautiful mansion.
A roguish little smile suddenly plays upon her lips.
What else would I be doing? Takes more than an empty threat to convince me, honey. Off you trot.
But when Lady K glares you into next Tuesday, you'll regret.
Why, hello again. Oh, he's all blood and battle, all right. Until you show him a Ferolian snuff box or an ancient imperial fainting couch, then he's as giddy as a cat in a field of catnip. He knows very well I'm the best in the business.
He catches himself and scrapes his throat in a brief moment of embarrassment.
I do apologize if I came across as impertinent just now, and I hope you'll forgive my unabating boldness when I assume Sir has come here in search of an audience with either Lord or Lady Kem. What are you suggesting? Why, I am no horticulturalist. If you've questions about the species in Lady Kem's collection, you must speak with her yourself. Lady Kem is having tea in the drawing room over in the north wing. I'm quite certain a person as obviously well-travelled as yourself will have no problem drifting in that general direction, should he deem it fit to do so. I'm afraid I can't accommodate you with the opportunity to have a word with Milord Kem at this precise moment, sir. Milord left early in the morning in pursuit of business, and he hasn't yet returned. I'm not privy to the details of Milord's ventures, but I gather his outing pertains to his office as Grand Master of the Paladins and the ousting of certain firebrands from the city. A most noble task, I'm sure. Unless I'm quite mistaken, in which case I once more apologize profusely, you'll most likely find Milord in the immediate vicinity of the Magister headquarters. The Magisters, in case my previous sentence lacked clarity, being the firebrands I alluded to. Oh, I meant, of course, Sir's countrymen, the lizard excellencies that have sought shelter under this esteemed roof in the aftermath of the dreadful attack that was inflicted upon the Imperial Consulate. It saddens me to say there are a number of deaths to mourn, but no doubt we all rejoice at the survival of the nobles. After all, a mere clerk is so easily replaced, wouldn't you say? How very novel of you, sir. Oh, gracious, her? I truly hope you are not in cahoots with that brazen peddler. Well, she's in the dining room. Yes, do please excuse me, for I've a party of dignitaries to attend to. They've an appetite for an aperitif, and the port, needless to say, does not pour itself.
For heaven's sake, would you please... Oh, I swear I've a mind to beat him to death with the nearest dictionary I can find. Because that little snob thinks me unworthy of being in his precious lord's mansion, appraising his precious lord's collection of antiques. Just you try judging the state of a Vedistian armoire if you're not even allowed to rummage through its drawers. I'm merely appraising the many antiques gathered in here in this beautiful mansion.
A roguish little smile suddenly plays upon her lips.
What else would I be doing? My, you do drive a hard bargain, don't you? Very well. Consider yourself invited. Now listen closely. Rumor has it that Lord Kim's mansion is built upon a massive vault in which he hides his true valuables. His entire house is but a smokescreen for the real treasure hidden underneath. I've had no luck so far in locating this fabled vault, but if you do, I swear the entire hoard is yours. No questions asked. All I want in return for this information is a trio of curios that is said to be kept inside. The portrait of the divine, the cup of kings, and the scroll of eternity. Everything else is yours.
You say that now, but when Lady Kay glares you into next Tuesday, you'll regret keeping your rent.
A most satisfactory arrangement. Did you find them? The portrait of the divine, the cup of kings, and the scroll of eternity. These are the only treasures I'm after. These are the ones I want you to find. Why, hello again.
She shakes her head apologetically.
There are only whispers of a vault and quieter whispers still of what it may contain. But at least you know now that it's there. Probably. Oh, he's all blood and battle. He knows very well I'm the best. Highly interesting. Anything else? I don't need this distraction. Why don't you go stroll in the garden or something?
Oh, dear. I wasn't expecting visitors.
Stars. Doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find a vault.
You see yourself in the mirror. It's quite a sight.
What a lovely piece this is. Worth a pretty village.
Come out wherever you are.